PBR,
PBR,
NKE,
QUBT,
STNE,
QUBT, VRPX, SMCI, QUBT, SKK, LIFW, QUBT, SKK, LIFW, QUBT,
SMCX, SMCI,
LIFW, LIFW, LIFW,
Guess,
LIFW,
HLN, NKE, ABEV,
QUBT, LIFW, SBFM, QUBT,
STNE,
QUBT, SKK,
DSS,
SKK,
PBR, Petrobras,
SKK,
popping to the highs here,
LIFW,
1460, up 45 cents. Company announcing
SKK,
dividends and an investment plan. That's PBR.
NTAP. Watch the
Papa
spread.
Bravo Romeo.
QUBT.
RKLB,
Zone. QBTS.
ANIX,
LIFW.
STNE, QBTS,
LIFW. QBTS. QBTS.
QBTS,
QUBT. SKK. SKK. SBFM. SKK. SBFM.
AFRM,
SBFM. SBFM. SKK.
SLDP,
SKK. QUBT.
AZN, QBTS, Eric,
SBFM.
Coney, NVO,
SBFM. 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 QBTS. MSTU. Watch the spread. Gap. MSTU. Watch the spread. MSTU. Watch the spread.
Bind. ABEV.
MSTU. Watch the
Joby.
spread.
NVO.
QUBT.
BTAI, BioXcel Therapeutics, pricing their 5.8 million share
WCT.
offering, plus warrants for 48 cents per share and accompanying warrant.
WCT.
That's Bravo Tango
Gold.
Alpha India. BTAI.
STNR.
Zone.
AZN.
WCT. LIFW. 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 WCT. BYND.
NY. ABEV. ITRG.
WCT.
EVTL.
BITI. QSI. WCT. WCT.
QBTS.
QBTS. WCT.
STNE.
QSI.
NVO. AZN. HSDT. 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 HSDT.
LIFW.
HSDT.
LIFW.
HSDT.
LIFW. MSTU. Watch the spread. VRPX.
NKE.
MSTU. Big spread.
AZN.
RGTI.
ASM. NVO. Gap.
MSTU. Watch the spread. SBFM.
MPW.
SBFM. VRPX. QBTS. RGTI. SBFM. MSTU. Big spread. SBFM. MSTU. Watch the spread. RGTI.
NKE.
SMCI. SBFM.
NVO. CISS.
LIFW.
Uber.
LIFW. SBFM,
gap,
SBFM,
Eric,
LIFW,
GNS,
SBFM,
gap,
SKK,
gap,
SBFM,
gap,
SKK,
gap,
SKK,
gap,
SBFM,
AZN,
LIFW, LIFW,
ABEV,
gap, SKK, RGTI, LIFW, SKK,
gap,
SBFM,
gap, gap, gap,
RGTI,
GSK, TLT,
QSI,
open, STNE, gap, AZN,
gap,
snacks,
big spread, LIFW, gap, gap,
mRNA,
gap, LIFW, LIFW, gap, LIFW,
CISS,
gap,
gap,
gap, gap,
TLT,
ACHR,
gap, gap, gap,
LIFW, SBFM, gap,
snow,
SBFM, SKK, LIFW,
gap,
SKK,
gap, gap, open, SNRE,
LIFW,
ZUMZ,
SMCI, SBFM, SKK, SBFM, SBFM, QBTS,
Uber,
SKK, SKK, QBTS, SBFM, SBFM,
TLT,
SKK, SBFM,
hollow,
SBFM, SKK, SKK, SKK. QBTS.
AZN.
ACHR.
Joby.
ACHR.
SNRE.
ACHR.
WKSP Worksport increased production capacity to meet growing sales demand. Whiskey Kilo Sandy Papa. WKSP.
SMCI.
LIFW.
AMC. OL.
AMC. SMCI.
SMCX.
SMCI. SMCI.
MMC.
SBFM.
NKE. Joby.
LIFW. LIFW. ACHR. VRPX. SMCI.
JTAI
SMCI.
Jet AI signs agreement on Cessna citation
SMCX.
CJ4 Gen
JTAI.
2 fleet order from Textron Aviation for fractional program.
SMCI.
That's JTAI and
JTAI.
TXT.
Coney.
Joby.
KSS.
VRPX. Joby.
JTAI.
Shares popping on JTAI.
ONDS.
SPPL, Simple,
JTAI.
announcing sale on deployment
QBTS.
of 89 autonomous
ONDS.
cleaning robots
SMCI.
across 3 major MRT lines in Singapore. That's Sandy Papa Papa Lima.
RCAT.
ONDS.
QBTS.
SMCI.
SMCX. Big spread. SMCI.
JTAI.
SMCX.
JTAI.
SMCX.
JTAI. 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 JTAI.
VRPX.
JTAI. SKK.
JTAI.
SMCI.
Off of that
SBFM.
news,
SKK.
shares are
JTAI.
spiking to $7.81
spread.
now. Julia Tango
JTAI.
Alpha India.
JTAI.
SMCI. SMCI.
SLV. SMCX. Big spread. AMSC. Big spread.
VPRX. Verpax announcing results from swine model dose range finding study for Probuter.
AMSC.
Mini pigs show positive tolerance to Probuter with no adverse events
QUBT.
or effects.
QBTS.
That's Victor Romeo Papa X-ray, VRPX.
QUBT.
Coney.
SBFM. VRPX. QBTS. SBFM.
ONDS on this receives
AMSC.
its latest purchase order for Iron
SMCI.
Drone
SBFM.
Raider counter drone system from a
QBTS.
major defense company. That's
SBFM.
Oscar November Delta Sandy, ONDS.
SBFM.
DLNG
SMCI.
Dynaglass reporting Dining Gas
JTAI.
reporting 30
MPW.
cents.
Watch the spread. JTAI. Big spread.
SKK, SKK. SMCI, SMCI.
SKK.
The estimate was 28 cents. That's a beat. Sales coming in ahead at 39.07 million versus 33.33 million estimate. That's
SMCI,
Delta Lima November
SMCI.
Golf, beating on earnings and on sales.
JTAI.
SMCX.
JTAI.
JTAI.
JTAI, another spike here now, $8.20, more than $2
JTAI.
on that press
JTAI.
release. Announcing
JTAI.
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 JTAI
JTAI.
Textron,
KSS.
SMCI.
SMCI.
that's Julia Tango Alpha India.
SMCI.
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 NVDL. Snow.
Zone.
904 the high now on Jet AI.
Zone.
CNTX.
Zone.
JTAI.
JTAI.
Coney.
JTAI.
JTAI,
Big spread.
$9.47,
RKLB.
continuing to spike here.
QUBT. JTAI.
Shares up about more than 50% now on
JTAI.
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 AMC. WKHS.
LIFW.
APVO, Aptivo, highlights
JTAI.
potential of company's robust portfolio.
JTAI. JTAI.
That's Alpha Papa Bravo.
JTAI.
Alpha Papa Victor Oscar shares popping on that. APVO.
JTAI. JTAI.
JTAI. Big spread. JTAI.
NVO. HLN.
$10.25
JTAI.
now on Jet AI.
SMCI. SMCX.
HALO and EVO.
SMCI.
Halozyme withdrew its €2 billion
SMCI.
proposal to acquire Evotec
SMCI.
after Evotec declined engagement. That is Hotel
LIFW.
Alpha Lima Oscar and
Joby.
Echo Victor Oscar. Shares of Halozyme
SMCI.
spiking to $53.98
SMCI.
on that news
QUBT.
that they will not be
SMCI.
pursuing an acquisition of Evotec.
LIFW.
Reiterates their guidance as well.
SBFM.
That's
WKHS.
HALO.
SBFM. SBFM.
GSK.
INDP, Indaptus
NVO.
Therapeutics, announcing
LIFW.
$2.135 million
LIFW.
registered direct offering, 1.817 million shares, plus warrants,
JTAI.
KSS.
$17.50 per share on that offering. That is
JTAI.
INDP.
SMCX.
Shares now
JTAI.
at $1 down 4 cents
SMCI.
on Indaptus, INDP, very light volume.
SMCI.
SMCI.
SMCI. MSTR. Watch the spread. Halo. MSTR. Watch the spread. Halo. SBFM. IONQ. JTAI. SMCI.
NVO.
IONQ. LIFW. SMCX. JTAI.
Snow. SMCX, SMCI, SMCI, JTAI, JTAI, ASA.
JTAI. EVO. Watch the spread. JTAI. LIFW. LIFW. LIFW.
RKLB. Snow. NVO.
QBTS. Snow. Big spread.
CXAI.
Snow.
Snow. Snow.
Snow.
Snow.
Big spread. SBFM. Snow. Big spread.
NVO.
JTAI. VRPX. QBTS. SBFM. SBFM. SKK. SBFM.
SON.
SKK. SBFM. SBFM.
NTAP.
SBFM. SBFM. SKK. Zone.
Coney.
Zone. JTAI. Zone. JTAI. Zone.
NVO.
Zone. JTAI. LIFW. SMCI.
VSAT.
MSTZ. JTAI.
TMC.
QBTS. SBIT. QBTS.
SLDN.
JTAI. SBIT. JTAI. SBIT. JTAI. SBFM. JTAI. 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 JTAI.
VSAT.
LIFW. LIFW. Cold. Cold. WCT. QBTS. SBFM.
AMZU.
SBFM. JTAI.
SON.
JTAI. JTAI. JTAI.
HAS.
JTAI. 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 LIFW.
Eric.
JTAI. SKK. JTAI.
JAGX.
JTAI. SMCI.
JAGX. JAGX. SMCI.
WCT. QBTS. SMCX,
M JAGX AMZU
MSTU. Watch the spread. WCT, LIFW,
NTAP
QBTS,
JAGX
WCT, SMCI, KC, SMCI, SMCI, LIFW, KC,
KSS
JTAI,
CLOV
KC, JTAI, JTAI, JTAI,
Snow
Benzinga market update. S&P
LXRX
futures are down 3.50. The Dow futures up 20. NASDAQ down 32.75. Crude is up $19.10 at
KC,
$29.694. Correct. And crude is down 37 cents at $69.73.
GNPX
Natural gas is down 17 cents at $3.17. Gold is up
SBFM,
$19 at
SBFM,
$26.93.90. Bitcoin futures down 480 to 98,255.
NTAG
SMCI, JTAI, JTAI, JTAI,
M Snow RKLB
JTAI, SMCI,
VVOS
LIFW, SMCI, QUBT,
VVOS TZUP CNTX
ARQQ, SMCI, SBFM, SBFM. LIFW. QUBT. KC. ARQQ.
NRDY.
Big spread. Sophie. Halo. Watch the spread.
TZUP.
SBFM.
CMAX.
ARQQ.
DDOG.
MSTR. Watch the spread.
AMTD.
JTAI. JTAI.
AMCU.
JTAI. SMCI. 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 SMCI.
OL.
SMCI. LIFW. DJT. NVD.
VSAT.
DJT. RKLB. JTAI.
SNRE.
JTAI. JTAI.
ONDS.
JTAI. SMCI. Zone. SMCI.
UMAC. OL.
SMCI. Zone.
D. ONDS.
Zone. RCAT.
SNRE. NOC.
SMCI.
AMCU.
QBTS. Gap. Gap. SMCI. SKK. SMCI. Gap. Gap.
VSAT.
QUBT. ONDS. SMCI. SMCI.
ONDS.
SMCI.
OL.
SMCI. ACHR.
ONDS.
JTAI. JTAI. VSAT.
SNRE.
JTAI.
COP
ABOA.
ConocoPhillips completes acquisition of Marathon Oil, Charlie Oscar Papa.
JTAI. JTAI. JTAI.
CTXR, Citius Pharma announcing 1-for-25 reverse stock split, Charlie Tango X-Ray Sandy.
JTAI.
ONDS. 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 ONDS.
QBTS. ONDS. LICN. VSAT.
Wolf.
Wolf. ONDS.
M.
VSAT.
LICN.
LICN.
App. SNRE. EQX. NVDA.
QUBT. QBTS.
CRNC.
SMCI.
AAPL. TSLA. MSTR. GME. PLTR. CIFR. SPAI.
ACHR.
LXRX.
MSTZ.
D. AMZN. LUMN.
VRPX.
Googsol. Googsol. AVGO. AMD. ZTCT. PMAX. ARM. 2AQQ. CLSQ. ARQQ. ARQQ.
ARQQ. Watch the spread.
TSLA.
ONDS. ARQQ. Watch the spread. ARQQ. Big spread.
ARQQ. AMZU.
ARQQ. Big spread. JTAI.
YMM.
JTAI.
ARQQ. 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 ARQQ.
ARQQ. Big spread.
DDC. SCLX.
Zone. SMCI. LIFW. MSTR. Watch the spread. MSTR. Big spread.
AMZU.
MSTR. MSTU. MSTU. Big spread.
DFLI.
MSTU.
SEC said
Watch the
UPS
spread.
to pay up to $45 million penalty for improperly valuing business
MSTU.
unit.
Watch the
That's
spread.
Uniform Papa Sandy.
MSTU. Watch the spread.
OL. PFE. AMZU.
SKK. SKK. SLV.
ARQQ.
Icon.
GFAI. ARQQ. TGT. ARQQ.
LIFW.
Wolf.
LIFW. WCT. ARQQ. Big spread. ARQQ. ARQQ.
ARQQ, ARQQ, ARQQ. PFE.
SKK. ARQQ.
ARQQ, ARQQ.
ARQQ.
OL. Eric. NRDY. AMZU.
QUBT.
QNCX.
SON. SBFM.
QNCX.
SBFM.
MQ. STNE.
LUNR.
HTZ.
SKK.
Northeast. ABBV. FNGR.
LIFW.
SKK.
SKK.
Coming up at 9:45, the
SKK.
S&P Global Composite PMI for November at 10, Michigan Consumer Sentiment.
SKK.
AMCN and Tropic
SKK.
announcing an expansion of our collaboration with Amazon Web Services. It includes a new
VRPX.
$4 billion investment from
TDOC.
Amazon that establishes AWS as our primary cloud and training partner. This will bring Amazon's total investment in Anthropic to $8 billion while maintaining their
SKK.
position as a
STA.
minority investor.
SKK.
SKK.
LIFW.
North-northeast. ABBV.
Hoo.
XCUR.
LIFW. SKK.
TDOC.
MSTR. Big spread. Gap.
North-northeast. HTZ, SKK,
XCUR. Big spread.
NVAX. Bud. RKLB.
XCUR. Big spread. MSTR. Big spread. XCUR. QUBT. RGTI. Gap. RGTI. MSTX. Big spread.
XCUR.
XCUR. Gap. XCUR. Big spread. Gap.
XCUR. STNE.
XCUR. Big spread. North-northeast. XCUR. Big spread. XCUR. Big spread. ACHR.
AMIX, Autonomix Medical, pricing their $9 million offering, 1.376 million shares at $6.54 per common unit.
AMZU.
XCUR.
XCUR. XCUR. XCUR. XCUR.
XCUR.
That is
Big spread.
Alpha Michael India X-ray.
XCUR. Big spread. XCUR. XCUR. Big spread. XCUR.
XCUR. XCUR.
XCUR.
XCUR.
Big spread. XCUR.
NVAX. Check.
Watch the spread.
XCUR. XCUR.
XCUR.
XCUR. XCUR.
XCUR. Big spread.
XCUR.
XCUR. Watch the spread.
XCUR.
XCUR.
XCUR. XCUR. XCUR.
XCUR. Watch the spread.
ANIX.
LXRX. TSLT. XCUR. Big spread. RKLB. Zone. JTAI. JTAI. WCT.
FEAM,
JTAI.
RRGB,
Zone. JTAI. JTAI. ESTC. Big spread. ESTC.
ANIX,
ESTC. Watch the spread.
CBAN,
ESTC. Watch the spread.
CBAN,
QBTS.
LTBR,
ESTC. Big spread.
XCUR, XCUR, XCUR,
JTAI. XCUR.
LTBR,
WCT.
LTBR,
XCUR. IRBT. XCUR.
LTBR,
RGTI. RGTI. WCT. XCUR. WCT. QUBT.
GDI,
QSI. JTAI. QUBT. XCUR. WCT. QUBT. WCT. QUBT. WCT. Sophie.
PXLW,
ACHR. QUBT.
North Northeast, North Northeast,
WCT. JTAI. QUBT. SPAI. WCT. QUBT. VRPX. WCT.
QNCX,
SPAI. QUBT.
North northeast. North northeast. North northeast. North northeast.
Open.
CISS.
RGTI.
QNCX.
SMCI. North northeast.
North northeast.
Big spread. Halo. Big spread. North northeast. Big spread. North northeast. North northeast.
GSIT.
XCUR. North
PETA.
northeast.
North northeast. North
North
northeast.
northeast.
North northeast.
WCT.
NNE, Nano Nuclear Energy shares moving here.
North
November
northeast.
echoed. 3187 at the high. That's NNE.
North northeast.
North northeast.
RMXT.
LUNR. SMCI. SKK. QUBT. ACHR. ACHR.
Poly.
ACHR. ACHR. ESTC. North northeast. ACHR.
North
ESTC.
northeast.
Big spread.
North northeast.
JTAI.
North northeast. North northeast.
QBTS.
GSIW.
North northeast.
GSIW.
JTAI. RGTI. North northeast. QBTS. QUBT.
NCPL.
SQQQ. SKK.
IBIO.
SKK. SQQQ.
WIMI. Replace. DXLG.
CLSK. SKK,
replace,
SKK, SMR, CLSK,
replace,
SKK, SKK,
snacks,
SKK, QUBT, MSTR, watch the spread, OKLO, SKK,
1 minute to the
ESTC,
US market open.
SKK,
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 SKK, XCUR, big spread, SKK, XCUR,
SKK, 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 SKK,
SKK,
SKK, SKK,
SKK,
SKK, MRT,
UAVS,
MRT, VRPX,
JTAI,
JTAI,
MOGU, Mogu earnings are out. Michael Oscar
Icon,
Golf uniform.
MRTX, RZLV, HNST,
Mogu reporting first half
Cabot,
adjusted revenue of
ARQQ,
61.9 million
watch the spread,
RMB.
SKK, SKK,
Shoals,
XCUR,
SKK,
WCT, PBR,
Dow
SKK,
Jones Industrial Average up
SKK,
114.37 after the open. S&P 500 up 5.94. Dow,
SKK,
Nasdaq down
ARQQ, watch the spread,
1.37.
CRNC, CRNC, NRDY, M,
NKTR,
Mexican president
Cabot,
said in meetings with Canada and U.S. President-elect Trump's team, we will show that it's not true
Shoals,
that Chinese products are entering the U.S. through Mexico.
CRNC,
JTAI, FUTU, JTAI,
NRDY,
JTAI, PTON, PTON, JTAI, VRPX, CRNC,
JTAI,
JTAI, QUBT, VRPX, VRPX,
ARQQ, big spread,
KC,
NPWR,
ARQQ,
replace,
SAISI,
big spread,
REPL, Replimune getting a pop here to the highs, 1422.
CRNC,
Romeo Echo Papa Lima.
replace,
CRNC,
spread,
ARQQ, MDAI,
CRNC,
ARQQ, ARQQ, ARQQ,
Cabot,
VRPX,
ARQQ,
VRPX,
big spread,
VRPX,
replace,
KC, M, ARQQ, CNTX, M, BENF, RCAT, SBFM, 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 RCAT,
North Northeast,
CRKN, ARQQ,
SKK,
RCAT, M, SKK, ARQQ,
ARQQ, big spread,
VSCO,
ARQQ,
ARQQ,
big spread,
ARQQ, SKK, NRDY,
ARQQ, SKK,
TNO, RKLB, RCAT, TZUV,
XCUR,
SON, RCAT, SKLO, RKLB, RKLB, RKAT, SCIN, BTUBT,
XCUR, big spread,
RCAT, PTON, XCUR, RCAT, TDOC,
XCUR, big spread,
KCON,
RGTI,
PTON, PBRN, PTON, PBRA, RCAT, RCAT, RGTI, NRDY,
ARQQ,
RCAT, BBAI, CRNC,
ARQQ,
CRNC, PTON,
RGTI,
RGTI, CRNC, CRNC, SON, QMCO, BBAI, FFIE, QMCO, ALAB, SPPL,
RGTI.
SLM, PCOR, PCOR, QBTS, GLXG, SOFI, SOFI, BBAI, SON, SON, LUAI,
VRPX.
CTV,
JTAI.
CTV, QMCO, SOFI, PBRA, SOFI, OKLO, SOFI,
LTBR.
GRPN, PATH,
LTBR.
VRPX, CRNC, ACHR, CRNC, ACHR, CRNC, PTON, FLDR,
LTBR. AGFY. Watch the spread. VRPX.
PTON, RKLB,
LTBR.
RKLX, AZI,
LIFW.
MSTX,
AGFY. Watch the spread.
RCAT,
Coming up
DXYZ.
in
Watch the spread.
10 minutes at
TKA,
9:45,
Sophie.
the S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing and Composite PMI for
AGFY.
November.
Watch the spread.
KSS, JSS, Joby,
48.8 the consensus on the Global
ASPI.
U.S. Manufacturing PMI.
JTAI.
RKLB,
AGFY.
RKLB,
Watch the spread. ASPI.
BTDR, RCAT, RCAT, IRBT, JSS,
QBTS.
AGFY,
AGFY. Watch the spread.
KSCP, SMCX, SMR, STN,
PDYN. LIFW.
VRPX,
AGFY.
VRPX,
Watch the spread.
VRPX,
VRPX.
NVDA East, AMDL, VRPX, LGTY, AMDL, PLTR,
UGI.
SLM, CXW,
EOSE.
PATH, VRPX, VRPX,
DXYZ. Big spread. VRPX.
VRPX, VRPX, PATH, PATH, PATH,
DXYZ.
SMCX,
XCUR.
PATH, DXYZ, NVTS,
DXYZ.
UGI,
Big spread.
KSS, NVTS, RLX, SON, RLX, SON,
DXYZ.
UGI,
Big spread.
NVTS, NVTS, GRPX, VRPX, RLX,
XCUR.
VRPX, RCAT, RCAT, RLX,
JTAI.
XCUR,
VRPX.
XCUR, XCUR,
XCUR.
Alt,
Big spread.
VRPX, SON, XCUR, XCUR, XCUR,
XCUR.
XCUR, RCAT, SON, 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 SMCX, SON,
XCUR.
SON, PDYN,
FVRR Fiverr
SMCA,
getting a pop here of
NVTS,
2.6%. Foxtrot Victor Romeo Romeo, FVRR.
PDYN, SON, KSTS, RCAT, as TKNO, VUZI, RCAT, XCUR, XCUR, PDYN, NVTS, Joby, HNST, PSNY, NVTS, 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 PSNY, VRPX, UZI, Alt, Joby,
VRPX.
Joby, VRPX, VRPX, COICN, Joby, DEC,
S.
Joby, NVTS, Joby, Joby, VRPX, TKNO,
Replace. QBTS. WCT. LIFW.
PBRA, TKNO, Kara, Kara, PBRA,
WCT.
Kara,
Replace.
VUZI. Kara. Kara.
LIFW.
SMCX.
WCT.
SMCI, BRCC,
LIFW.
Kara. LIFW.
LIFW.
QMMM.
Replace. Big spread.
SMCX, HNST.
WCT. Replace. XCUR. Big spread.
RCAT, QMMM, QMMM, RCAT,
XCUR.
PDYN,
Big spread. XCUR.
UMAC,
Big spread.
Alt,
XCUR. Big spread.
QMMM, QMMM, PDYN, DB,
BTDR,
VRPX, IRBT,
MATW.
VRPX,
Watch the spread.
VRPX,
GLXG,
XCUR.
VRPX,
BTDR, TRNR,
NPWR, VRPX,
PDYN, VRPX,
NPWR,
CM,
BTDR,
BTDR,
DB,
BITI,
RCAT,
BTDR,
VRPX,
RCAT, Kara, DB,
MATW.
BTDR,
Big spread.
BTDR, 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 BBAI, BTDR, Alt, BTDR, KSCP, BTDR, 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 FRSH, VRPX,
VRPX, VRPX,
OMB, Replace,
XCUR,
XCUR.
Replace,
Big spread.
XCUR,
BTDR, XCUR,
XCUR.
REPL Replimune, another pop here.
Replace,
Romeo Echo Papa
HYLN,
Lima.
VRPX,
REPL.
Quran,
XCUR,
VRPX.
HYLN,
XCUR.
BTDR, HYLN, BBAI,
Replace,
Quran,
BTDR,
BTDR, BTDR,
XCUR.
DTDR,
KSCP, BTDR,
QBTS.
MCX, Kara, HYLN, QMMM,
QBTS.
Kara, QMMM, NVTS, BTDR, BTDR,
XCUR,
RCC,
XCUR. XCUR. Big spread. XCUR.
BTDR, BTDR,
BTDR, BTDR,
QBTS.
BTDR,
CNTX, BBAI, BBAI, CONL, CNTX, POWW,
MSTU.
BBAI,
Watch the spread.
BTDR,
BBAI,
XTKG.
TKNO,
Replace,
BBAI,
Replace.
DBAI, DXYZ,
Big spread.
BTDR, BTDR,
BBAI,
SBFM.
BBAI, BTDR, APLD,
BTDR.
APLD,
BTDR,
Omer, NNOX,
BTDR.
FAT, BTDR, BBAI, LETO,
BTDR.
MSTX, RUM, ACHR,
MSTU. Watch the spread.
BBAI, QMMM,
Replace.
Replace,
MSTU. Big spread.
Replace,
VIST, Replace, DWTX,
QMMM,
MSTU.
PROC, Omer,
Big spread. Replace.
POWW, DXYZW,
WCT.
WB, PBRA,
WMACH,
KSCP,
Replace.
Replace. Replace.
WCT.
Replace.
Shares of
Replace.
Replimune
Replace.
continues. The
QMMM.
spike here now $15.37, up
mRNA.
38%.
ACHR. Rum.
Replace. QMMM.
APLD.
Replace.
Kara.
WKHS.
Replace.
Replace. Replace. Replace. Replace.
Replace.
SPCE.
QMMM.
Replace.
WB. NNOX. Vate.
XTKG.
QMCO.
TAET. HNST.
Replace.
Replace.
Any. CPRT. STNE.
STNE.
STNE. STNE.
Replace.
CPRT. BRCC. STNE. RUM. ANTX. STNE. STNE.
SMCI
RCAT.
Supermicro 3286 the high. Sandy Michael Charlie
Wolf.
India.
RCAT.
AQMS.
Wolf.
WB. Wolf.
RCAT.
TPET. GLXG. Wolf. Wolf. AI.
Wolf.
Apps. Wolf.
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 STNE.
QBTS.
ANTX. HNST. STNE.
North-Northeast. Big spread. ASPI.
IRD.
North-Northeast.
S&P Global Composite PMI 55.3. The Global U.S. Manufacturing
QBTS.
PMI
VSAT.
48.8, in line with
Wolf.
estimate.
PSNY. RDDT.
S&P futures popping here to the
AQMS.
highs,
PSNY.
59.9225.
VSAT. Wolf.
VSAT.
VSAT.
ANTX.
Fat. Wolf. STNE.
ARQQ.
STNE.
Big spread.
HNST. GLXG. VSAT.
ARQQ. Big spread.
Omer.
DFLI.
Rear. Rear. RZLV. KSS.
LWAY,
RZLV,
Edward and
RZLV,
Ludmila
MDALV,
Tomyansky call for Lively Foods to
KSS.
establish
Devs.
a special committee
RZLV.
to evaluate Danone's offer. Together they exercise
RZLV.
voting control with about 29.7% of the outstanding shares. That's LWAY, Lima
M.
Whiskey Alpha
Devs.
Yankee.
QMCO.
ARQQ. Watch the spread.
RDDTL. M.
QMCO.
VUZI.
AMIX.
SMCX. NVTS. SPCE.
LIFW.
Omer.
North-Northeast.
ARCC.
KSS.
LIFW.
QMCO. AMIX.
RGTI.
WRHUMA.
AMIX. AMIX.
CRF. TPET.
At. AMIX.
Devs.
QMCO.
SBFM.
Wolf.
SBFM.
LIFW,
Wolf,
AMIX,
SBFM,
AMIX, LIFW,
IVDWR,
LIFW,
NPWR, NVTS,
IVDA,
VSAT,
NVTS, Doug, DAVTR, Wolf, CRF,
AMIX,
AMPWR, Wolf,
QMCO,
Kava,
Kava, QMCO,
Omer,
VSAT, SPCE,
AVTR,
AMIX Autonomix
Oh,
shares
yeah.
popping here $6.66.
Wolf,
Alpha Michael India X-ray AMIX.
mRNA, Wolf, VTYX, FAT,
VRPX,
KSS, BRCC,
KSS,
IVDA,
QMCO,
NKTR, DXYZ,
NKTR,
REKR, CMT,
Autonomix announced the
ECC,
$9 million
AVTR,
public offering,
LIFW,
$6.54 per unit.
FLNC,
Pricing, shares fell
AAOI,
sharply on
QMCO,
that.
QMCO,
Now off the lows at $6.32.
NKTR, AVTR,
AMIX.
PSNY, VSAT,
VSAT,
Oust, SMCI, PSNY,
AQMS,
NVTS, MDAI,
VSTE,
QMCO, Frey,
Omer,
PDYN,
VRPX,
VRPX,
NVTS,
QMCO,
SMCX,
VRPX, Rear,
NVTS,
VRPX,
FLNC,
QMCO,
AVTS,
PDYN,
PDYN, PDYN,
Oust, NVTS, Rear,
RDDT,
mRNA,
QMCO,
QMCO,
VSAT,
VSAT, NVTS,
PDYN,
QMCO,
AMDL, PDYN,
QMCO,
SBFM,
QMCO,
SBFM,
Supermicros hits 33.61 at the high, continued to
Hurrah.
pop here. Right
SBF,
now up
SBFM.
about 11.5%. SMCI,
QMCO,
LGTY,
QMCO, RCAT,
PDYN, GVRA,
PDYN,
PDYN,
QMCO,
PDYN,
PDYN, QMCO,
AMDL, AMDL,
Omer,
AMDL, AMDL, SATS, SMCX,
M,
M, WETH,
BTDR,
KWR, SBFM,
XCUR, Big spread.
VSAT,
SBFM, SBFM,
XCUR, SBFM,
SBFM,
VSAT,
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 SBFM, SBFM,
VSAT,
VSAT,
XCUR, VSTE, XCUR,
CMPH,
Big spread,
AUPH,
AAOI, Rear,
XCUR,
RDDT, Kara, WETH,
VSTE,
NPWR,
SMCX,
Kara,
Kara, VST,
SBFM,
CADL,
VSTE, SMCX,
SBFM,
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 NPWR,
SBFM,
Oust,
SBFM,
CADL,
Sunshine Biopharma, getting another
RCATR,
pump here. Sandy Bravo,
NPWR,
Foxtrot Michael. Some heavy
Maps.
volume coming in now.
AISP, Edit, Vine,
Share is
NNOX,
at $2.75, up about 29%
Vine,
on SBFM.
SMCX,
VSAT,
SBFM,
Company launched a new
SMCI, Maps,
generic prescription drug.
VUCI,
QUBT,
POWW, NCPL, FLNC, Vine, VUZI,
ABL,
Wolf, Wolf,
VINE, Sam
SMCX,
Altman,
SBFM, SBFM, SMCX,
Oust,
AK filing out, entered into a business combination agreement as
Devs.
previously
Vine,
disclosed with
NVDA,
Amaze Holdings.
CRNC, GEVO,
NNOX,
Company out
ACHR, CRAT,
LIFW,
Rear,
with a filing now
NPWR,
and Invista presentation. That's VINE.
Edit.
Traders circulating that.
RDDT,
Shares hitting 86 cents at the highs.
QUBT, Devs,
PSATW, NPWR, NPWR, GRPN,
Devs,
TPET, DWTX,
Wolf, Devs,
Rear,
Omer,
Wolf, Wolf,
BBAI, Wolf, Maps,
FLD,
Wolf, Wolf,
Wolf, Devs,
Wolf, Maps, Oust,
Wolf,
RCAT, Replace,
Devs,
Wolf,
Wolf, Maps,
CRNT, TPET, Rear,
Replace,
CADL,
Replace, Replace,
CNTX,
Replace,
Replace,
BBAI,
Replace,
Wolf, CNTX, CLCO, BBAI, Wolf, BBAI, NVTX, BBAI,
SBFM,
Wolf,
SBFM, Replace,
BBAI, ANTX, BBAI, TPET,
BBAI,
PBR,
DEVS,
BMEA.
DevStream shares were halted at the highs, up
STRO.
77%, 89 cents. Delta Echo
BBAI.
Victor Sandy.
RGTI,
Wolf,
BMEA, QBTS,
at,
JTAI,
MBI,
BMEA,
at,
PDYN. Replace. SKK. BMEA. Replace.
RGTI, NEOV, RGTI.
Coming up,
RGTI,
Michigan
RGTI.
consumer sentiment expecting
GRPN,
73 for
RGTI.
November.
PDYN,
SKK.
VATE, RGTI,
RGTI.
CRNC, CRNC,
CRNC,
SKK.
RGTI,
CRNC,
CRNC, BMEA,
PDYN. VATE. SKK. VATE.
ANTX, PDYN, PDYN,
CVNA
NEOV.
Carvana popping here up about 4% now. Charlie Victor
QBTS.
November Alpha. CVNA
XCUR.
VATE,
XCUR. Big spread.
TNGX, Kara,
71.8 versus 73
SKK.
on Michigan consumer
SBFM.
sentiment.
KVET,
Consumer expectations 76.9 versus 78.5. S&P
Queen.
futures dipping a bit on that data, coming in below expectations.
XCUR. SBFM.
VST, AAOI, FULC,
XCUR.
ALGN, Align
LBI.
Technology, shares dropping here.
PROC,
Alpha Lima
IMMR,
Golf November.
VUZI,
Wolf,
VUZI,
Wolf,
Wolf,
Devs. Wolf.
AUPH,
XCUR. Big spread.
KODK, VUZI,
Shares
UONE,
falling here down about 1.8% now, continuing to drop
VUZI.
down 2% now.
NVTS,
$223 on
Big spread.
ALGN.
Devs.
JAGX, IMMR,
VSTE. PSNY.
BLD, IMMR, QBTS,
NVTS,
CRNT,
ABL,
NVTS.
CRNC,
XCUR.
BLD,
Big spread. VSTE.
PROC,
XCUR.
AUPH, KODK, BLZE, AGAN,
HCA
XCUR.
Healthcare shares down about 3% at the lows. Hotel Charlie
XP.
Alpha.
XCUR.
OMA, OMA, XP,
QBTS.
OIS,
VATE.
ANTX, ABV,
XCUR,
AAOI,
QBTS,
Argo, ANTX, OIS,
LIFW,
PROC, THCH, ANTX, ABV,
North Northeast,
CHMI,
CHMI, VSTE,
FUTU, ALDX,
QUI, LIFW,
STFS, BLZ,
VSTE, North Northeast,
OMA, FUTU, PBRA,
ONDS,
ALGN shares
GRYP,
continuing to drop here now. Alpha Lima Golf November. Down 2.75%.
ALDX, STFS, STFS,
SANW, QBTS, Nova,
STFS, SIG, PBRA, GRYP,
SMCI,
PBRA, PBRA, again,
SBFM, AGAN, MSTR, Big Spread, PDYN,
IBG, IBG, RCAT, AISP,
SBFM, MSTX. Watch the spread.
AISP,
PDYN,
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 BLZ, UGP, VUZI, UGZI,
Replace.
ROIV, VUZI,
NMHI,
NVTS, ROIV, PBRA,
PDYN,
ALDX,
NMHI,
NVTS, OMER, TNGX, PBRA, HIMS,
QUBT,
OMER, PTGX,
OMER,
QBTS, NVTS, VUZI,
Omer.
FULC,
QBTS.
ROIV, ROIV, BMEA,
CRNC.
QUI, ROIV, Doug, BLZN, PDYN, PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN.
QUI, PDYN, ALDX, PDYN, PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN.
PDYN, PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN.
PDYN,
PDYN.
OMA, QBTS, PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN.
PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN.
ALGN shares continuing to drop here now.
PDYN.
217.36 down 4.75%. ALGN, Alpha Lima Golf, November.
PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN.
LICN, RCAT, FUTU,
SKK.
LICN, PTLE, OMA, KALA, GFAI, PTLE, PTLE, PDYN,
PDYN.
PDYN,
PDYN.
BLZE, RCAT, RCAT,
RCAT. SBFM. 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 SBFM.
OMA, RCAT,
SINT. SBFM.
DXLG, Doug,
SBFM.
RCAT, 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 RCAT,
SINT,
RCAT, RCAT,
RCAT,
PL,
PDYN,
LICN, RCAT, RCAT,
Devs,
RCAT, ABL, AQST, KODK, BMEA, mRNA, RCAT, PL, ONDS, NEOV, again, ONDS, ONDS, ONDS,
ONDS, Devs,
MBI, QBTS,
SBFM,
RCAT, CLCO, ONDS, rear,
ONDS, CRNC, CRNC,
KODK,
CRNC,
mRNA, again,
PDYN,
AQST,
Vine,
VUZI, NEOV,
SBFM,
VUZI,
replace,
Omer, VUZI,
replace, Devs, SBFM,
VUZI,
replace,
RCAT,
SBFM, Devs,
FUT,
PDYN, replace, SBFM,
again,
DXYZ,
RCAT, NEOV,
PDYN, PDYN, AGFY. Watch the spread.
QNCX,
PDYN,
NVRO,
PDYN,
RCAT, PDYN,
PDYN,
CRNT,
PDYN,
NVDA, PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN,
QBTS, QBTS,
AGFY. Watch the spread.
PDYN, NVTS, PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN,
PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN,
GRE,
Omer,
DXLG, FULC,
PDYN,
CONL,
PDYN, PDYN,
QBTS, Curry. Curry.
QBTS.
KODK. Swim.
DXYZ.
JLJ Long Group announced a reverse stock split, 1-for-10, effective on December 3rd.
QNCX.
That's
PDYN.
Juliet Lima.
NVTS.
PDYN. PDYN.
CRNT.
PDYN.
PDYN.
NEOV.
SBFM.
QBTS. NVTS. QNCX.
SBFM. PDYN.
FULC.
SBFM. SBFM.
ALDX.
SBFM.
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 SBFM at
SBFM.
the intraday high now. Sandy Bravo Foxtrot Michael. SBFM
STFS.
shares up
STFS.
about 34%.
STFS. ADCT.
Company
PDYN.
announced launch of a new prescription, generic prescription drug. That's Sandy Bravo Foxtrot Michael. Heavy volume now
PDYN. PDYN.
PDYN.
DXYTS.
on SBFM.
QBTS. CRNT. STFS.
RGTI.
PTLE.
STFS.
NEOV.
Omer.
Bank. QBTS. PTLE.
Bank.
QBTS.
Omer.
STR.
PDYN.
GRE.
PDYN.
QBTS.
PDYN.
QBTS. Bank. STFS.
SBFM.
STFS. CRNT. STFS.
SBFM.
CRNC.
SBFM.
ANTX.
SBFM.
CRNT. DFLI. STNE. STNE. STNE.
Omer.
SBFM.
Omer.
STNE. DFLI. CADL. DFLI. NVTS. CRNC. VATE. ANTX. CRNC. ANTX. STNE.
SBFM. PDYN.
SBFM.
PDYN.
VSAT, VSAT,
Omer,
VSAT,
VSAT.
ABTN, SLN, VSAT,
CRNC,
VSAT.
NVTS, VSATC, Omer,
VSAT.
Omer,
VSAT, VSAT,
QBTS.
PTLE,
NA,
Omer, CRNC, NVTS, VSAT, VSAT,
VSAT.
CADL,
CRNC,
XCUR.
PTLE,
Big spread.
CRNC,
STFS.
Omer,
CRNC,
VSAT,
PDYN.
CRNC,
LGTY,
STFS.
LGTY, IBG,
PDYN.
RCAT, RCAT, RCAT,
PDYN.
IBG,
CMPX. PDYN.
ADCT, CONL, CADL, Omer,
PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN.
STNE,
PDYN.
PDYN, PDYN,
PDYN. 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 PDYN.
ADTN, CLCO,
PDYN.
Omer, STFS, STFS, Omer, STFS,
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 PDYN.
CLCO, PTLE,
IBG, PTLE,
PTLE, PTLE, PTLE, SRFM,
PTLE,
PTLE, PTLE,
STFS. TVGN.
PTLE, PTLE, CLRB,
TVGN. PTLE.
PTLE, Kappa,
CRNC, CRNC,
Kappa,
CRNC, CRNC,
GFAI,
CRNC,
STFS.
CLCO,
RCAT,
CRNC. TVGN.
FLD,
STFS,
CRNC,
CRNC. STFS.
STFS,
NMHI. STFS. QBTS. QBTS.
SRFM,
THCH,
UEC. Devs. NMHI. Nova. ARQQ. Big Spread. PDYN. RCAT. SKK.
Kappa,
PDYN. PDYN. SBFM. SKK.
VUZI,
SKK.
VUZI,
CRNC. SBFM.
Mamo,
QMCO,
QMCO,
DXYZ.
RZLV,
EYPT,
QMCO.
ADTN,
VUZI,
CRNT,
QMCO.
Mamo,
QMCO.
Mamo,
PC,
VRA, QBTS,
QBTS,
QMCO. PC.
ADTS,
QMCO,
QMCO,
QMCO.
QMCO,
PDYN. QMCO.
QMCO,
QBTS,
QMCO.
QMCO,
HSAI,
QMCO,
QMCO.
QMCO,
BLZE,
QMCO.
WETH, QBTS, WETH,
ATUS.
CRNT,
QMCO. QMCO.
SRFM, YSG, Green,
SBFM.
ADTN, NEOV,
QMCO.
VUZI, QBTS, ANIX,
SRFM.
QMCO, QMCO,
QMCO.
QBTS,
QMCO.
BLZE,
QMCO. NDRA. Big spread.
QMCO,
QMCO.
QMCO,
QMCO, QMCO,
QMCO.
QMCO,
QMCO.
QMCO,
QMCO.
GRE,
QMCO.
BCOV, YSG,
FLD,
QMCO.
QMCO,
QMCO, BCOV,
QMCO.
BZFD, BZFD, PSNY, NEOV,
PDYN.
EYPT,
QMCO.
CRNC, 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 CRNC,
CRNC,
CRNC,
CRNC,
PDYN.
ANIX,
QMCO quantum shares were halted on a circuit breaker at the
PDYN.
highs now 645, up
PDYN.
60%. Quebec Michael Charlie Oscar.
XCUR.
GRE, RCAT, STFS,
New York judge grants Trump permission to
DXYZ.
file motion to dismiss hush money case, delay
BUZI,
sentencing.
BLZE, HSAI, M,
XCUR.
AGAN, GRE, SVV,
FLD,
ICCM,
BLZI.
ICCM,
SRFM, VUZI,
SLN, VUZI, RCAT,
PDYN, PDYN,
Tesla
STR,
shares
BLZ,
popping here, spiking now
EYPT.
346.50, up about 2% now on Tesla. TSLA.
HCAT,
PDYN.
Tesla up about 2%.
BZFD,
RCAT,
RCAT, SHIB, PRTS, HSAI,
RCAT,
Relim.
CTOS,
Watch the spread.
ICCM, ICCM,
PDYN.
PDYN,
SLN,
PDYN. BITX. QBTS.
USAU, GRE, TSLR,
QBTS,
VUZI, STRO,
QBTS, CATX, SKK, LIFW,
ISSC, LGTY, ISSC,
CATX,
TOS, MSTX,
MSTU,
TSLT,
Big
SHIB,
Spread, MSTX,
ISSC,
Big Spread,
USAU,
SKK, WHLR,
APGE,
Big Spread,
GRE, NEOV, NNOX, TSLR, BZFD, USAU, PBR, ROIV, ROIV, PBR, SRFM, CRSR, TSLL,
QBTS,
QBTS, TSLTS, DXYZ,
SMLR, Big Spread, QUBT, QBTS,
HCAT, LGTY, CRNC,
CRNC,
QBTS, QBTS, GFAI,
CRNC,
USAU,
QBTS,
TSLR,
CRNC,
CRSR, CRNC,
CRNC, SMLR. Watch the spread. PDYN, SMLR. Watch the spread.
HCAT,
GORV, PDYN,
SLN, SRFM, CTOS,
BFRI,
CTOS, SHIB,
SPAI,
FLD,
SBFM, Icon, Replace, Replace,
BZFD, 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 CRNT, NNOX,
SPAI,
STFS, BZFD,
SPAI,
CATS, QBTS, QBTS, STFS,
XCUR,
CADL,
Big Spread,
CADL, IBILS,
XCUR, Big Spread,
OIS,
XCUR, Big Spread,
GFAI, QBTS, QBTS,
XCUR,
QBTS, LGTY,
XCUR,
CADL, IBIO,
XCUR, Big Spread, ORGN,
VSADL, STFS, SIM,
XCUR, TSHA. TVGN,
ALDX,
PDYN, PDYN,
CADL,
QBTS,
VTYX, BFRI,
PDYN,
SLN,
XCUR, PDYN,
CADL, TSLT,
XCUR,
CTOS, CTOS, STFS,
DXYZ, Big Spread,
DTIL, OSUR, OSUR, YSG,
DXYZ, Big Spread,
PC, VUZI, QMCO, QMCO, QMCO,
QMCO,
BFRI, CRSR, QMCO, 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 QMCO,
QMCO,
VUZI,
NAZI,
CTOS,
Replace,
NGVC, STFS, PTLE, VUZI, PC, STRO, SLX, OIS,
Replace,
DXYZ,
DXYZ, PTLE,
CRNT, STFS, IBIO, ABVE, STFS,
DXYZ,
PTLE,
STFS,
BZFD, GFAI, CRNT, PTLE,
VUZI, F,
GRE,
SLN, PTLE,
BZFD,
ARQQ, Big Spread, F,
CONL, CRNT, CRNT,
PTLE,
HCAT,
Replace,
STFS,
PTLE, SBFM,
CRNT,
SLN, SBFM, SBFM,
Benzinga
SBFM,
market update. S&P futures up 13.25. Dow
SBFM,
futures up 230. Nasdaq down 6. Crude is up $1 at $71.70. Natural gas down 19 cents at $3.15. Gold up 30.90 at 27.05.90. Bitcoin futures up 395 at 99,130.
Replace,
Coming up at 1 p.m. the
CRSR,
Baker Hughes U.S. rig count.
Replace, PDYN, PDYN,
IBIO, VTYX, NA, SISP, LUNR, HCAT, GFAI, GRE, GFAI,
PLBY, RCAT. QBTS.
ALDX,
SKK. AMPG.
nine,
PHUN.
CRSR,
QBTS. PDYN.
LUNR, DTIL,
Kara,
AMPG.
MSTX,
LUNR. PDYN.
Kara,
SLN.
GRI,
RCAT.
GLBS,
DFLI,
NA, GRI,
CRNC.
SB,
SPAI.
LUNR,
LUNR. NA. Big spread.
MSTX,
SOWG. Omer. SOWG. NA. Big spread. DFLI.
KINS,
NA. PDYN.
Tesla shares making highs now, 352.67, up 3.75%. Robinhood's chief legal officer on CNBC, Dan Gallagher, said he's not
KINS,
interested in being considered for the SEC chair role.
MSTU. Watch the spread. NA.
SB,
QBTS.
Morning, morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Welcome to Friday. Happy Friday, the 22nd of November. I think we blinked and this month just gone. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable how quickly this month went by. You know, next week is month end already. This is getting crazy. So, because I am completely unprepared, I am going to go once again through the preparation step by step by step. Okay. So, first thing we do, hey, JB, what are you doing up this early? The first thing we do is we look at the long-term bird's eye. Ah, cool. And as you can see, we had that huge, as they say in North America, a big ass balance range. And what this thing did was the liquidating traders up here, they came down here, they sold, right? We had a supply gap, right? A gap down is what I call a supply gap, right? If you guys can have fancy gap names, I can make up names too. That means that there's supply here. Supply is from the trapped longs. Okay? So then we went down and up and down and up and like a huge washing machine, between, I don't know, 58.80 and 59.46. These were massive ranges. What that does is that washes out or it cleans out a lot of those sellers. You could see that there was a constant seller at 59.46 and then at 59.36 for these couple of days. Those sellers are now cleaned out. The market pushed higher yesterday. We filled that supply gap. What does that mean when we fill a supply gap? It means we ran out of supply and we went up into that gap. Okay? So, what that means now, ladies and gentlemen, is we're back in this just underneath 59.76. 59.76 is a big level for us. Okay? 59.76 is where we are looking to see if we can get over that level. If we get over 59.76, it means we're back in this balance range. So what has happened is this trap supply was taken and absorbed. The shorts are still trapped underneath 58.73. That gap never filled, okay? And now the market has rotated back up. So your big level today in Globex is 59.76 and 3/4. If we can get over that level and take out yesterday's high, we will trade back up in this area. You see? And the market will just do the same thing that it always does, which is this. Okay? It's the same thing. It never changes, right? Until, and everybody always asks me, JJ, when is this market thing that it always does, which is this. Okay? It's the same thing. It never changes, right? Until, and everybody always asks me, JJ, when is this market actually going to sell off and keep selling off and keep selling off? I'm going to tell you something right now. It's not going to. So all the perma-bear short people who have not already gone out of business, right? They have a fundamental lack of understanding of how the market works. And I hate to say that because, a lot of these people are managing billions of dollars, but they think the market forever is going to crash, right? It can't. The market can't crash because the big companies, that stock is used as collateral. Do you understand that, guys? If you have 1 billion shares of Apple, it is collateral. Interest rates allow the collateral. If you drop interest rates, you allow the collateral to keep getting marked up. As the collateral keeps getting marked up, everything's okay. Right? That's why you'll notice these stocks, they never go down for long. You guys ever notice that? The market never goes down for a long period of time. It'll go down for a day or two or maybe a week, but then the rebound is massive, right? That's because the collateral cannot be allowed to go lower. If the collateral goes lower, then the whole thing comes apart like a cheap suit. Okay, so that's why people have been buying dips and all of that stuff, because the collateral never goes down. You'll notice these stocks, they never go down for long. You guys ever notice that? The market never goes down for a long period of time. It'll go down for a day or two or maybe a week, but then the rebound is massive, right? That's because the collateral cannot be allowed to go lower. If the collateral goes lower, then the whole thing comes apart like a cheap suit. Okay, so that's why people have been buying dips and all of that stuff, because the collateral never goes down, right? It's just how things are structured. You know, a house is built, it's got a foundation, it's got, you know, it's got a way it's built. A building is built a certain way. There's a structure to it, right? The markets also have a structure. Nobody talks about this. They don't talk about it in economics classes or finance classes because, frankly, they don't want you to know this information, right? Because if you were that informed, you wouldn't make stupid decisions. And that's how people in finance make money, because other people make stupid decisions and that's how they make money, right? It's, let's face it, okay? So that's why these markets never ever fall apart. Hey, brother, how you doing? Right? So until you see things like Apple saying, "Hey, look, you know, if Apple, NVDA, and and I don't know, Amazon, if they all came out and said, "Listen, we're going out of business," then we would have a material change, right? If Apple one day said, "Hey, you know what? We are going to make cotton candy instead of electronics." That's a material change. That's going to affect earnings, and institutional investors would dump the stock, right? Until there's a material change in the structure of the way this market is built, or a material change in the earnings of these companies, right? Things are not going to change. So the perma shorts, right? Bless them because they provide the bid, right? Right? What do they say in church? Blessed are the short sellers, for they are support, right? Their bid to cover is where the support is. And support over the last couple of days was at 58.80 area, right? There it is. So we're back up here, right? What's next week? Next week is month end. What also is next week? Thanksgiving, the largest US holiday of the fall. It's bigger than Christmas. So the desire to mark up a market is there. If the order flow exists, the market will get marked up. We might even see new highs. Okay, so be prepared for that, right? If we cannot get over 59.76, then we're going to rotate back down to this massive cost basis. Okay? So that's what it is for our larger traders out there, right? Don't say I didn't warn you. Okay? Now,
And like the vault is free. I gain more value out of the vault than like this freaking $4,800 program I bought. You
let's go. Oh, sure thing, Doc. 1 sec. All right, so the overnight high, look at where the overnight high is. Coincidence? I think not. 59.76 and 3/4. Okay? The levels work. Okay? The levels work. Market profile works. Even if we use a candle chart to do market profile, you know, to use it for market profile concepts, it works really nicely. Okay? So let's take a look and see. We're going to have stops here. We are inside yesterday's range. Yesterday's point of control is right up here. Right? we closed down here. We had, you know what happened, trade maker? Because these markets, right? These markets are rotational, right? These markets are rotational in that they take inventory higher, and I've talked about this quite a bit. These markets are run by speculators. So say trade maker, if you were long, right? If you were long under 52 and you're selling and selling and you ran out of buyers at 59.84, at the end of the day, you'd sell the market down. That's why we closed lower. But look exactly where are we bid this tonight? It's at 59.60, just right here under that G low from yesterday. Right? That's exactly where all the bids are. At first we had a double bottom and then we broke it. Do we have a poor low? No, we got a couple of ticks of excess. Let me make that a little bigger. We have just enough excess to pass the test, right? Just enough. But it's not meaningful excess, right? Which means there's buyers down here, right? And right now, right, our inventory was short because the point of control was underneath the close. Now we're going to try and take that point of control of 2,000 contracts and we're going to try and sell it up here and shift that value area higher if the order flow exists. So now that we have a lay of the land, right, we know what's going on. We know where our stops are. We have our upper stops, our lower stops. We know where the close is. We know where inventory is parked, right? So now let's go take a look at our 1 minute chart, do some balance levels. And as they say in Canada, pitter patter, let's get at her, right? So right here, I see balance right there. I see a dip and then I see balance. So I'm going to go and draw. And what balance really is I'm looking for sellers and buyers who are the same people, by the way. I'm looking for them at certain levels, right? I'm watching for that two-sided trade. So I'm looking at that high and that low. And when we dip below that low, we go right back to that high. You see? So that's my balance. And then I just double it to the upside, double it to the downside. And look, kind of works, doesn't it? Pretty much to the tick here, right? On the first extension, the second extension is 59.80, and we'll double it to the downside. So we know where this is like the outlet sale, right? So it works pretty good, right? So this balance will work nicely. Now what I can do if I want is I can go and I'll set VWAP. Notice it's the last thing I do, right? I anchor VWAP right at 11 o'clock Eastern UK time. And so I know now that VWAP is 59.67, right? Now, sometimes these lines, the VWAP and the extension, sometimes they annoy me. So if I know where VWAP is, I'll just draw a line. I'll make it purple, right? And then I'll go and get rid of this crap. So it's just a nice clean chart. Okay? Now we're ready to go. Right? That's the setup. That's the preparation. Right? You know that inventory is underneath us. Time and volume. We're going to take that and sell it up here. If we get enough people trapped short, we're going to take out 76 and 3/4, and our upper target would be up here in the 80s, right? I'd first go 80 and then 84, okay? But right now, I don't see a lot of follow through over 76, right? I see a little bit of distribution up here. Do you see that? So if we had position here, we'd be selling it up here. Make sense?
If I found a way as a chef to make a side income with trading, anyone can. Would you like to know how?
Now we just sit and wait for a trade. Right. So you went to your fishing spot, right? You set out all your stuff, you baited your hook, right? Now you throw the hook in the water, sit there, have a coffee, relax, get it. Now we go and find the bid. Hey, let's see if Bitcoin can break 100,000 today. Any questions? Ah, yesterday's liquidation move. So yesterday we opened on a gap up, right? Trademaker, have you ever heard the term gap and trap? It's very common in equity trading. What the large traders do, yeah, what the large traders do is they're positioned the day before here under 59.24, right? Oh, thanks, Napster. I'm glad that's helpful, right? So this is the value area high from yesterday. And there's also inventory up here up to 44, right, Trademaker? So they allow the overnight market to take the market higher. And then the market opens up here at 59.68. But we kind of run out of buyers, right? So we open on a gap. So the large sellers, large traders who are sellers, they just sell the market down and down and down. And notice where the market came. It came right to the point of control. Do you see that? And then it bounced. So they sold it all the way down to their cost basis. They shut off supply and then ripped it all the way back up, trapped more shorts underneath, and then sold it all the way back down. Tested the cost basis twice, right? I call that a double tap. And then all the way back up into more distribution, right? It's a beautiful way to do business. And these are the traders who do the 20, 50, 75 million dollar months. There are traders out there who do 20 to 50 million a month because they're trading 5, 10, 15, 20,000 contracts. That's size. Right? There's a lot of these large trading pools now because of low interest rates for 20 years. And there's just a lot of money out there. All right. London's going to open in 5 minutes.
Picture this. Saving up to 10% when you bundle your home and auto insurance with U.S.
What's an HTF accumulation? Higher time frame? Well, let's talk about that. That's a good question because there's so many different time frames, right? Now, a lot of people like higher time frame to me means investment money, right? Like, I'm buying this for 20 years as an investment, right? Which is different than a swing trader buying it for 3 months, which is different than a swing trader buying it for 48 hours. But you have a lot of those different time frames in the market. Not so much the investment money, right? The reason is the time frames that are involved, TradeMaker, in this are speculative time frames, right? Now that doesn't mean they don't have a lot of money, right? They've got enough cash to choke a dinosaur. We're talking like, say, this is the kind of time frame that's trading this market, TradeMaker. Say you worked at Goldman Sachs, right? You went to Wharton, so you went to Harvard, and then you got your MBA at Wharton. You worked at Goldman Sachs for 10 years, right? You were on their prop desk or whatever desk, right? You worked there for 10 years, and you know what? They didn't make you a partner. That's the big thing, to get a partnership there, right? So you didn't make partner because you're not a political person. You don't play the game, right? But you're a good trader, right? So you leave Goldman and you start your own hedge fund. Now you leave on good terms, right? Like when Michael Bloomberg left Solomon Brothers, I think they gave him $7 million, right? They said, Mike, it's time. And they let him go and they gave him 7 million or 17 million or whatever it was. And this is back in the 80s, right? And he went and started Bloomberg LP with it. So you go and start a hedge fund. If you leave Goldman on good terms, you'll use them as your prime broker. They'll raise money for you. They'll give you clients. So next thing you know, TradeMaker, you got maybe 400 or 500 million in assets under management. Friends and family, because all your friends, of course, are wealthy, because you worked at Goldman Sachs for 10 years. See what I mean? Now, out of that 400 million, 10% of that you're going to use for ES, right? Because you know the market makers, E and ES, you know how the game works, you know the whole thing. So you can pull, maybe you can pull 500,000 to $1 million a day out of the ES and NQ, which helps bump up your portfolio, your earnings. You know what I mean? So those are the people who are in this market currently. Dalton talks about them. He talks about large pools of capital. And we have access to those people because we have a friend of ours who just sold a prop firm for 6, 7, is it 9 figures? Right? So these are the kind of people involved, right? Now, the smaller players tend to trade at night because there's less competition, right? It's like the smaller dinosaurs hunting at night because the big dinosaurs are asleep. And that's what creates these trades for us. You see? There's so many different time frames, and they're all going around. But at this time of night, it's generally very highly speculative. Right now, London's going to open here. Let's see what happens. Does that make sense? Cool. You know, a lot of these traders make a lot of money, but they make even more money when they have their own fund. Are you guys okay? London's opening couldn't get lower than 70. We're back above 72. Let's see if we can take that K high because that's where the upper stop is. If we don't worry about it because the market's just a little sleepy right now. Did you guys ever hear the story about Mark McGoldrick? He was the biggest trader at Goldman Sachs, and then bonus time came, right? And he got his bonus. His bonus was $70 million, 70. So he quit and went and started his own hedge fund. Now, one of his buddies who had started a hedge fund earlier was already worth $1 billion. So do you see? These are the kind of people that are moving price. Unfortunately, he passed away 2 years ago. But that's what you get for working 20-hour days for 30 years. Not exactly healthy. But that's not the point. The point is, a lot of these traders, they'll work on a desk and you think that they're making a lot of money, but it's nothing compared to what they'd make if they had their own fund, right? Usually these fund managers are making 200-300 million a year, not the owners of the fund, not the portfolio managers. Right? It's a huge business. It's the biggest business. That's why when we go and put our nose in their business, that's why usually it gets chopped off, right? That's the reason why retail, because we're getting involved in a $1 trillion business, and then everybody calls it a game and says game theory and all this nonsense, right? When they just say, just handle your business, right? That's what trading really is about. It's about handling your business. It's not about games and gambling and all of that stuff. It's you got business to do, handle it, do it properly, right? All the left, leave the suckers talk about all that other stuff, right? Not much going on right now. Yeah. I mean, BlackRock manages $11 trillion. Think about that for a moment.
I've been day trading for 25 years and I completely retired last year. This bot beat me by.
Let's hope nothing bad happens over there. Let's really hope that nothing bad happens over there. Yeah. Their fees are they must their earnings are crazy. I don't even track the stock anymore, but it must be out of this world by now. Those old First Boston guys, CS First Boston guys, really some sharp people came out of that firm. Sorry, a little bit of Wall Street history. It's my thing. Yeah, not much going on right now. Okay. So yesterday was a pretty active Globex, wasn't it? Today, right? Do you know why today's like it the way it is? Because anybody who's short underneath 50, I don't know, 59.46, 59.50, anyone who's short under there doesn't know what to do right now. So there's not a lot of order flow. It's like, oh, geez, let's see if we can get a cover. That's really what's going on. They're trying to cover. It's not really that successful. Inventory is now starting to get long. Right? If we can't get underneath VWAP tonight, this thing will rotate higher. But because it's Friday and because a lot of people are trapped, we might not get the order flow we need to accomplish that. So it's it's a bit of a two-sided sword, right? For us, so JJ, what does that mean for us? That means for us, we're going to trade less, right? We're just going to trade less. I'm just opening my trading software now, right? I've got Sierra open, but I'm just opening up the account that I'll trade from. Like you'll see, I'm on Sim here just to show. All right, let's see what happens. So we know we have sellers at 76, right? That's where the inventory is, because that's where the point of control is. Where's my point of control? There it is. So that POC, point of control, that's where the cost basis is priced up there. Oh, excuse me. Any questions? We're going to try and move that 59.65 point of control up here, so we'll have good distribution. VCI2. Hi, how you doing? My first valid trade, what I'd like to see is a liquidation, and you're right. Underneath VWAP and then back up, that would be nice. This is kind of hard to trade right here. So maybe if we got up over 76, 77, then came back down, and then that would be my look below and fail. Right now, I'm a little tired mentally, so I favor the look below and fail. I really don't feel like shorting this thing. I'm not sharp enough to short. Hey, Raj, what's up? The POC really doesn't influence my trading decision. It's kind of like it tells me where the inventory is, right? So right now, I'm looking for the point of control to move up. So CM, think about it. At 59.65, that's where your inventory of apples or oranges or bananas is. Now you've taken them to the market in your truck and you're selling them at 72. Can you sell all 2,000 of your apples or bananas or oranges? Right? It doesn't affect my trading decisions, right? It just gives me information of where inventory is being priced. Is distribution successful? How are sales going? You guys know that this is nothing but a sales chart. All of this stuff is just a sales chart, eh? It's a chart to track the distribution of inventory. That's what a stock chart is. That's what a futures chart is. All it does is it tracks the distribution of inventory, right? It's a sales chart.
If you want to keep your waistline in check, you need to eat more MCTs.
Don't eat breakfast and
Why do we use that? So as large sellers, we can adjust our pricing. So if we're not making sales up here, put it on sale. Get it? Nobody ever tells you that. Any chart that you look at, Forex, stock, all we're doing is distributing inventory, and the chart tells us how that process is going. Are they buying? That's all we care about. All we care about is, are you guys buying? Right? We want to sell you as much as we can, as high as we can, for as long as we can. Right? That's just commerce. You guys got to watch other people's money, right? Danny DeVito. It's a great movie. Now let's see if that seller's still up here at 76. Hey, John, what's up? Oh boy, seller's still there. Nothing serious going on yet. You know what? Probably recreational. And you're probably asking why. Well, because there's a lot of money out there. And being a good hedge fund manager really involves being a good salesman. Like if you hang out in London, right? And you hang out and you go to these fancy restaurants, you'll see these hedge fund managers, they roll up in an Aston. They're wearing a $60,000 watch, right? Wearing a $10,000 suit. And they're taking clients to lunch to try and woo them to get their money. If you showed up in a tracksuit, right? People wouldn't take you seriously. It's all image, right? And a lot of these hedge funds make serious boneheaded calls, right? But that's all about being a good salesman. A $10,000 suit? I don't know, John. It's too rich for my blood. I lived in London for a year and never once did I go down to Savile Row. Oh, yeah, speaking of trading, not much going on now. Guess it's time for me to go pack the car to get ready for today's trip.
Okay, this is the automatic course creator. And if you are looking for the fastest and most affordable way to launch your first or next course, high ticket offer,
Yeah, look below at the fail of 72, Moran, but there's going to be a seller at 76. It is messy. That's very well put, Jay. $75.5, exactly. Whoa, sell order. Now let's see if this has any continuation. So what just happened? Somebody just came in and said, you know what? I'm long at 65 and I'm no, 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 no. No, it's not a fat finger. Somebody was long 65 on size, okay? And they've been selling and selling and selling, and someone's undercutting their price, so they just went to hell with it. Just hit it out. That's what's called hitting it out. Exactly. Sniper seller, John. Exactly. Right now, there could be a catalyst. Maybe some idiot launched a missile again. Remember last night it happened kind of around the same time, wasn't it? Or was it earlier? Right? So these guys have very, very responsive algos. So their algo will hit out an order very quickly if it goes and grabs a news headline. The amount of sophistication electronic trading nowadays is insane. If we don't get any follow through, let's see if we can get back up to the 71 area. Iceberg orders are intended to mislead you. The fact that you even know that they exist means that it's working. All of that stuff, John, is talked about with traders to mislead them. It's not important, Moran. It won't help us make money. No trader would ever show their hand. It'd be like going into a war and telling the enemy, I'm going to attack you at this time, at this place, and these are the people I'm bringing, and this is all the armaments I'm bringing. And oh, by the way, here's a picture of all the people who are coming to attack you, and um, that's why when you look at stuff like that on the DOM, they try and sell people, and it's snake oil. All these fancy DOMs, and oh, this is where all the big traders have their orders and all this bullshit. It's just all BS. So let's see if we can stay over VWAP or get underneath it. So that was just one large size order that came in, and the book was thin. So we went from 73.5 all the way down to like 66 in 1 minute and then bounced because that order is now complete. Is this a look below and fail of 68? Well, it's kind of a slow one. Right. I think the market's just going to kind of go sideways. And I think this profile is just going to, the way it seems is it looks like it's just going to get fat and wide here. It'll just kind of do one of these things. Right? What do we have for economic data today? Do we have NFP or any of that crap? No? Okay. It just means that shorts are trapped under 59, 56. PMI. Hey, Mark, what's up? How are things? I'm going to Telford. The bustling metropolis of Telford.
So this book called Six Figures from Scratch is designed to keep open while you trade. So it's about the astonishing science behind everyday men and how they got to
You know, it's interesting. We had somebody on our podcast. Who was it? Who talked about how they do those surveys. It is quite antiquated. Try getting somebody who's 20 years old on the phone. Oh, exchanging one pool for another pool? No, no. My girlfriend is hell bent on working 7 days a week, and she has been for a month. So we're in Liverpool for 5 days and then Telford for 2 on the weekend. So I'm the Uber driver. Nice trade, carnivore guy. Well done. I've never been to Blackpool. I wish TVR was still alive because I'd be at Blackpool. I'd be in Blackpool all the time. Hanging out with Peter Wheeler. That would have been cool. As far as trading is, that was a look below and fail, and we went to 72. I was not really on the ball. Well, levels work. That's good. Wrexham's nice. You know, the roads in Wales are nice. That was the trade, and I missed it. Look below and fail of 68. I'm not really that on the ball this morning, so I think I am going to do Uber driver stuff, get the car ready and all that stuff. I'll be back in a little bit if you guys need me. Not really much order flow for us. Yeah, sellers look like they're at 72 now. That's about it. Remember, today is the day you keep all the money you made this week. So don't go blowing it on some silly trade. Okay? I'll be here at RTH. I'm just gonna book it after RTH. And those of you who I don't see, have a great weekend. Stay out of trouble.
In a controversial new bill that just passed, all 50 states approved $710 back for U.S.
All right, we have multiple breaking stories to get to. Democrats now coming to grips with their new reality that they're living in a world where Donald Trump is the most popular politician in decades. Even CNN coming around to this, openly trashing Joe Biden, and not pundit trashing. We're talking 2 full minutes of a CNN anchor reading from a teleprompter about how awful the sitting president is. And Mitch McConnell single-handedly killing the Matt Gaetz nomination. New details about what really happened behind the scenes there, and who Mitch McConnell and the establishment order is pushing for Trump's next FBI director. You won't believe this. The gall on this guy, the balls on Mitch McConnell. And what we think about Pam Bondi. Will she do what Gaetz had promised us? A lot of promises were made, big promises. Can she really fill Matt's shoes? We're going to break it down. And what the hell is happening in Erie County, Pennsylvania? Outrage erupting yesterday from the good people of Erie County, flooding City Hall in their red MAGA hats, protesting, demanding that their city council president resign immediately. We have the details, but before we get started, thank you for liking and sharing these videos. It really helps out the channel, and consider subscribing so you don't miss these regular updates. So Democrats are having a rough go at it. Most of them have gotten through the denial phase of their loss, and they've entered this depression stage of the mourning process. Nancy Pelosi, for instance, telling ABC yesterday that she's having nightmares. Every single day she's been waking up and remembering what reality looks like. And think about that for a minute. Dems just spent the last 8 years of their lives trying to convince the world that Trump is Hitler reincarnated. They made their entire lives, their careers, about opposing one person, Donald Trump, standing and fighting for what they're against. Only now to wake up and find themselves living in a world where that same person is the most popular guy in modern history, most popular politician. They're waking up lost, folks, realizing maybe they weren't on the right side of history after all, and they're taking it out on the big guy. Even CNN now ripping into the current president, doing something they haven't done his entire presidency, showing their viewers Joe Biden in his natural state, just showing him interacting with the world and talking honestly about what that looks like. Watch this.
Increasingly clear, it is Donald Trump's world, and we're just living in it. The most powerful rocket ever built, blasting off from Texas yesterday, with its creator, Elon Musk, looking on with the president-elect of the United States. All of this as President Biden prepares to step off the world stage. Here he was in Brazil earlier this week, the first sitting president to visit the Amazon, seeming to wander into the jungle. He missed this group photo of the G20 leaders, apparently due to a scheduling conflict. He is stepping off the stage as this made-for-TV cast of characters steps on stage for the new Trump administration.
So Dems are coming to grips with this reality that their entire platform about being what they oppose is actually terrible. Nobody cares, nobody believes it. Some of them are now shifting. We're watching the party splinter in real time, splinter into multiple factions. You have the Never Trumpers over here who are going to go on doing what they've done the last 8 years, but it's getting smaller. That faction's getting much smaller. Then you have this new faction that's getting on board, realizing Trump's not that bad of a guy, and maybe we can actually work with him. Cenk Uygur, a more traditional liberal, coming out yesterday, shocking his viewers, telling his party to take the win on government spending, writing on X, why would we fight them on a good thing that we agree on? Now, I don't know if liberals agree on cutting government spending, but watch what he said.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the problem is. What I'm telling the left is take the win. It's not that complicated. So they say, well, look, they're not really going to do it. Well, then if they don't do it, then we'll call them out on it. Again, where's the problem? Oh, they were actually going to cut Medicare and Medicaid. That's probably true, and it's very likely, and we'll fight them on that. But why would we fight them on a thing we agree on? So we've been wanting to cut the Pentagon for decades on the left. And there's a reason for that, too. It's because that is where the biggest fraud and abuse are. Because anytime you go to cut the Pentagon, they go, oh, you're going to endanger national security. Oh, my God, all of our lives are going to be lost if you cut it by $1. That's why they stuff all the pork in the Pentagon. If they're going to cut, they got to cut at the Pentagon. And now we're having a conversation. And by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene today, when talking about how she's going to head up the Doge committee in the House, said one of the first places to cut is the Pentagon.
In another story, Matt Gaetz has withdrawn his name for Attorney General. Writing on X yesterday, I had excellent meetings with senators yesterday. While the momentum was strong, it's clear my confirmation was unfairly becoming a distraction to the critical work of the Trump-Vance transition. Thus, I'll be withdrawing my name from consideration to serve as your next AG. So what the hell happened here? I'll be honest, this was a shocker. I didn't see this coming because even yesterday, I was hearing that the Trump team was all in on Matt Gaetz. I was assured of this, which is confusing, even going as far as telling Republicans on the Judiciary Committee that if you are on the wrong side of the Gaetz vote, you're buying yourself a primary, that Elon Musk will finance your primary opponent. So what the hell happened here? Well, it turns out that John Thune and Mitch McConnell were working behind the scenes to kill the Gaetz nomination from the get-go. Make no mistake about it, the reason Matt Gaetz dropped out is because John Thune failed to rally Senate Republicans, failed to do his job. Instead of taking his cues from the head of the party, Donald Trump, he betrayed Trump and listened to his longtime mentor, Mitch McConnell, who we're finding out last night had now flipped Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to a hard no. That made 3 no's, right? Mitch McConnell, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. Then the final straw yesterday was John Curtis of Utah, who I swear, in my opinion, McConnell has something on this guy. Managed to flip Curtis to a no vote as well. So early yesterday, John Thune calls up the Trump transition team and telling them that Gaetz will not have the votes to get confirmed and to start looking for a backup candidate. This is why we were absolutely opposed to John Thune becoming majority leader, and why these rhino Republicans, the old guard of the Republican Party, still has complete freaking control in the Senate. They need to go. They need to be primaried and replaced. The amount of damage that one person, Mitch McConnell, has done over the years is incalculable. And he's not done, folks. Wait till you hear what he's up to now, who he's pushing for FBI director. Before we look at that, though, Pam Bondi. Let's look quickly at Pam. Trump names Pam Bondi as new AG. So what's the deal with Pam? Well, I'll tell you this. The lifers over at the DOJ are celebrating the Pam Bondi pick, yet they were threatening to resign en masse if Matt Gaetz had gotten confirmed. I think that tells you all you need to know. Look, I want the truth about what the FBI found on that island in the Caribbean. I want names released. I want charges brought against everyone who participated in that. I want to know what really happened inside that freaking jail cell, and so much more that I'm not convinced Pam Bondi will deliver. I hope she will, but I'm doubtful. And last night, we learned that old Mitchie McConnell isn't done with the backstabbing. He's now pulling favors to get Mike Rogers, of all people, as the next FBI director. Watch this.
He is someone who's experienced at the FBI. He just ran for Senate in Michigan and almost won, lost to Alyssa Slotkin there. If Trump named him as the next FBI director, how would you feel about that?
A little-known Edison device from 1922 just resurfaced, and some say it's keeping American homes.
Keelan, I think Mike Rogers is a totally reasonable, logical selection for FBI director. If in fact that's the decision President-elect Trump makes, I think that the strongest qualification, in my own, from my own opinion about Mr. Rogers, is the respect and awareness and knowledge that he has for the intelligence community, for the work they do, for the seriousness of that work, for how those secrets and that sensitive information needs to be protected. So on all those counts, I think Mike Rogers fills the bill pretty well.
The gall of this man, realize what this means. If, and I mean if, he managed to get Trump somehow to pick Mike Rogers, that would be the Trojan horse that they've been looking for. This man is not MAGA. He's as establishment as they come, and moreover, he's weak. He's a pushover. We need someone rock solid to go into the FBI and bring it to heel. Just for a recap, a quick recap of all the public reasons Trump shouldn't give this guy even the time of day. Roll the tape.
And I credit George Bush and his administration for assembling this new intelligence community. They passed the Patriot bill that allows and takes the handcuffs off our intelligence services. Policymakers back here use words like illegal wiretap, the domestic surveillance program of the NSA. It could be abused. We're already seeing pressure on the Patriot Act that maybe we don't need it now. Couldn't be further from the truth. The bulk telephone metadata program is legal and effective. Provisions of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act expire at the end of this month. We need to rapidly reauthorize these provisions, and we need to work toward making these tools permanent as a part of our arsenal. Self-restriction, big problem in U.S. intelligence collection. We're the only intelligence service in the world that is forced to go to a court. But we always joked in the intelligence space, we would love to get 1/10 of what Google has on you. I supported these programs when they were classified, and I support these programs.
And look, I've said it over and over again on X. If you're not following me there, I recommend you do. I said these salacious allegations about Matt Gaetz, don't believe them, don't fall for it. If they were true, he would have been charged so fast your head would spin. This is the Biden DOJ we're talking about here. This is what the left does every single time for every good nomination, whether it be for a Supreme Court pick, a cabinet nominee. They have the same exact playbook. They spin up these fake sex allegations, leak them to the media, who then runs with it as a hook, which then gives these establishment spineless rhino Republicans the out they need to vote no. They're now doing the same thing to Trump's Secretary of Defense pick, Pete Hegseth, yesterday ambushing him on the Hill, putting this nonsense out there, saying it on TV, puts air into it. Roll the tape.
I want to thank the President of the United States for this amazing, humbling opportunity to be nominated to be Department of Defense. It's an incredible opportunity to not take lightly. I also want to thank the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, who spent the morning with me, meeting with senators of the United States. We take very seriously the advice and consent role that the U.S. Senate has. We look forward to engaging in that process. We take absolutely nothing for granted, and we owe them the opportunity to talk to any senator that wants to talk to us.
Snitching sexually assault women in Monterey, California.
I have, as far as the media is concerned, I'll keep this very simple. The matter was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared, and that's where I'm leaving. Thank you very much.
In another story, Erie County, Pennsylvania City Council President Jasmine Flores was caught off guard yesterday as MAGA Republicans showed up to a city council meeting to protest and demand she resign immediately, rocking their red MAGA hats after this lady was caught red-handed, ranting on social media, calling Trump supporters racists and fascists and comparing them to the KKK. Watch this.
A recent Facebook post from Erie City Council's president made for a rowdy scene at tonight's meeting.
Tyler Gallagher was there at City Hall. He joins us now here in the studio with much more on what was said. Tyler.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Dozens of Trump supporters filled City Council chambers tonight, calling for Council President Jasmine Flores to resign. On October 28th, City Council President Jasmine Flores made a post on her personal Facebook page accusing 90% of Trump supporters of being racist, even comparing them to the KKK. And many local Trump supporters took offense to that comment.
I just think it's disgusting because when she is calling people who wear red hats the KKK without actually getting to know us, without taking the time to talk to us and understand our positions, it's actually racism.
After the City Council president made some comments on Facebook comparing Trump supporters to the KKK, dozens of supporters came out to the City Council meeting tonight in their red hats, and some even wearing shirts that say red hats, not white hoods.
Well, what this is showing that, yeah, we're wearing red hats, but we are not members of the KKK. It's okay to think what you want to think and to post what you want to post, but when you're an elected county official or a city official, you're held to a much higher standard.
Some Trump supporters in attendance took to the podium for some passionate remarks for the council president, calling for her resignation.
You're
And even after public comment wrapped up, some attendees got into an altercation with security needing to get involved. But Flores stands by her Facebook comments, saying she will not be resigning from her position.
I stand by what I said. You see something, you say something. If I made them uncomfortable because of what I said, maybe you need to readdress how you guys are approaching the community at large. City of Erie voters elected me at large within city limits, and I will not disrespect them by leaving my seat. I will be running for re-election.
And Council President Flores says the behavior at the County Council chambers tonight was unacceptable. Back to you.
Why are doctors
little dispute.
Topping our world lead, a never-before-used new Russian missile carrying multiple warheads was fired at Ukraine today, and it was not just a weapons test, rather a blaring signal to the West and to Ukraine that while this one was not strapped with nuclear warheads, the next one, well, could be. Russian President Putin emphasized this point by celebrating the new missile's, quote, successful launch. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh reports now for us from Ukraine's capital of Kyiv as Putin tests the world's limits.
A familiar horror, but a quite different sight on Ukraine's skyline. Multiple projectiles at 5 a.m., apparently from one missile hitting an industrial site in Dnipro city, suggesting, as Ukraine reported, Russia had launched a new type of ballistic missile, perhaps intercontinental, a stark escalation.
Today, our crazy neighbor has once again shown who he really is and how he despises dignity, freedom, and human life in general, and how afraid he is. He is also so afraid that he is already using new missiles.
CNN obtained these exclusive images of the missile debris, Ukrainian experts poring over the pieces to determine what this new threat is. Little dispute, it was something new. The Kremlin kept silent during the day, bar this bizarre episode at a foreign ministry briefing that spoke volumes.
Алло. Да, у меня брифинг. Да, хорошо, спасибо.
Perhaps a trailer for Russian President Vladimir Putin's big reveal. He said the missile was a new hypersonic non-nuclear device called the Hazelnut. There are no means to counter such weapons today, he said. The missiles strike targets at speeds of 10 Mach. That's 2.5 to 3 kilometers per second. The modern air defense system available worldwide and the US-developed missile defense systems in Europe cannot intercept such missiles. This is impossible. He framed the strike as a response to American and British-supplied missiles, ATACMS and Storm Shadows, slamming into Russia proper over the last 72 hours. We consider ourselves entitled to use our weapons against the military objects of those countries that allow their weapons to be used against our objects. And in the event of an escalation of aggressive actions, we will respond just as decisively and in kind. Yet Kiev was yet more on edge when the sirens sounded Thursday afternoon. A US official insisted Russia had few of these new experimental missiles, and it had warned allies about the strike. It's unclear if that led to its embassy shutting suddenly a day earlier, citing fears of an aerial assault. Russia sending a clear signal, but now not with a test like this. In 48 hours, it's made a nuanced change to its nuclear doctrine and launched a new missile. Total silence so far from Western leaders, but the blast was heard across Ukraine.
Now, Jake, I think some of the uncertainty about exactly what this missile was that's echoed throughout the day has contributed to the anxiety felt certainly here in the capital and across Ukraine. The Russians, the Kremlin head, Vladimir Putin, keen to project technological prowess, to suggest that there's still a military superpower that has tools in their arsenal they haven't yet, even 1,002 days into this war, reached for, and that the recent escalation, they say, by the Biden administration has made them do something extra. Their assessment, too, that they think they can get through all the air defences of the capital is going to leave many Ukrainians concerned tonight. And also, I think Western officials perhaps thinking when they saw this that they knew partially what it was, able to say some things, not wanting to say other things, and perhaps not knowing other elements about indeed what this missile may be capable of. The fact we're talking about new technology now, this far into the war, certainly suggests that the last 4 or 5 days have begun a new chapter, really, I think, in the standoff between the West and Russia here, and also for the misery of Ukrainians dealing with nighttime barrages almost daily. Jake?
All right.
What's up, everyone? All right, well, today is my birthday, and I am down $275,000. It's the worst day I've ever had, basically times 3. I can't, it's ridiculous. I hardly even know what to say other than this is so stupid. Even after doing this for as long as I've been trading, I still underestimate the power of emotions. A day like today, which, you know, any other day I probably would have walked away a lot sooner. But, you know, today, being my birthday, want to finish green and feel good about myself, and I was up nicely on the day. I then kind of, you know, I was chasing that big green day and went for that next big trade, and boom, back to break even. Jumped in another stock real quick, was down 30 grand, jumped in 2 others at the same time. That's a mistake. And, well, one of them went up, the other one way down, and I screwed up both of them. So we're gonna talk about those trades. We'll do a little bit of a recap where I actually show you those trades, but probably more importantly, what I'm gonna be talking about is the path ahead. You know, there's nowhere to go but forward. All I can do is make a game plan of how I'm gonna dig myself out of this hole. It's not fun. I am grateful that I made about $900,000 last week, and I'm in a position where if I was ever gonna take a huge loss like this is probably the best time it could happen. So I'm gonna try to be positive in my perspective, and rather than be doom and gloom and just super sad, you know, and cry, I'm just gonna try to, you know, rally ahead. And I think that what you're gonna get a glimpse at is sort of the trader mindset that allows me to continually get back on the horse. Yeah, I get knocked off the horse. Today, was it particularly bad? Yes, no doubt about it. But I've had a lot of bad days in my career, as any trader will. And being successful long term requires resilience to be willing to get back up and try again. So I'm gonna get back up and try again. It's the only way forward. I need to put this big red day in the rearview mirror, but not without first talking about it, understanding why it happened, what I can do to prevent it from happening again, and creating a game plan of how I'm gonna start to rebound and not let the losses capitulate and roll into, you know, a huge drawdown over the course of, like, you know, 2 or 3 weeks. I need to stop the bleeding here today and begin the process of rebuilding tomorrow. A video episode like this is a tough one to do because it's emotional. This is a terrible day for me. It's a birthday I'll always remember. And, you know, it would be just probably easier to sweep this under the carpet, pretend it never happened, and just, you know, you guys know I made 900 grand last week, and just leave it at that. But that's not how we roll. I show you my green days, I show you my red days. My broker statements are on the website. So while it's fun to celebrate the big green days, and I love having those, and I love chasing those big winners, days like today are equally, if not more important to talk about, because this is the reality of trading. The ups and the downs. And what I'm going through is the natural human response that probably anyone else would experience as a trader, certainly trading on this level where the big green days are so big and then the big red days are also so big. It brings out the emotions in a pretty serious way. So I hope you guys please hit that thumbs up. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, I hope you subscribe to the channel. Transparency is important for me, and that's one of the reasons I do these videos on the green days and the red days. So a thumbs up is not a vote for you're happy I lost money, it's a vote for the transparency and the honesty of doing this video. If you are happy I lost money, well, you can still hit the thumbs up, but it's really a vote for coming out here and talking about something that's really hard, is not fun. One of the big challenges that I have with trading is that I'm doing it in front of such an audience that my wins, you know, are celebrated, but my losses are so out there, and that, you know, that's tough, and it creates more pressure. Of course, now the pressure to rebuild in a really good way is even higher, because if I don't, then it just makes me look worse and it's embarrassing. So there's a lot of pressure with this role, and that's why I think a lot of people that would be in a role like this would just prefer to not be as transparent and not talk maybe as much about the winners or the losers, because that sort of protects them a little bit. And so I understand that, but I've decided to do it a little differently. So thank you guys for tuning in. We're gonna get into the recap here. I'm gonna run the intro and then we're gonna start breaking down my worst day of my entire career. All right, let's do it.
If you only have a few $100s to invest right now, click this link right here because
Well, we might as well do a red day recap here. It's my birthday, and I'm sitting down $274,000. It's the biggest red day I've ever had. What a mess. Well, CPSH got me the worst, but today things fell apart kind of quickly. So I started the day on AACG with some decent trades here pre-market on this. It was pretty strong. I mean, it really was pretty strong. It was our leading gapper in the entire market. You know, it was a nice looking stock. It was moving higher. The problem that I had with it was there was no news. But you know, it did end up still making a pretty big move. I'm actually red on it by 5,000, and that's upsetting because I was green about $27,000 on the day. What happened on this one was I was up, I don't know, like 8,000 or so pre-market. I don't really remember how much I was up. The bell rang and it surges up to 4, and I jumped in for the breakthrough 4 and rode the momentum up here to 480. Got green on it, was up about 30,000, 27,000. It does a pullback here. I added right here in this candle for the break of 5. I want to say maybe 50,000 shares. And it hit a high of 490 and then flushed down. I stopped out, gave back everything I made, and was up only $2,000 on the day. Maybe that would have been the time to stop. I then switched over to AVXL because at the time CPSH had just squeezed up and gotten halted, and AVXL was ripping up as well. I got in it right here at $25. I bought 15,000 shares, and it dropped right here, and I stopped out with a $30,000 loss, and just like that, I was down, you know, 30 grand on the day. So that was disappointing. I did make a little bit back as it popped back up here, but not a lot. Then I had a trade on WAFU. I jumped in this for the break of 9 right here, lost 3 grand on that. Not a big deal. And then CPSH resumes from its halt. It halts up. It then halts coming down. It resumes from the halt coming down, and I got long down here at like $25, $26. Whatever. It starts to squeeze up, and I added for the breakthrough 30. Now the problem was at that moment I was already in ANVS. I bought ANVS going into this halt right here at like 30.75. So I jumped into it as it was squeezing up, you know, and that was a pretty aggressive trade. But this is a stock that was also moving higher, kind of like AVXL, and also kind of like CPSH. But it has a lower float, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go for it. So I went ahead and jumped in it. Anyways, it halts going up. I'm holding during the halt. So I'm in that one while it's halted. And that stock, it's kind of weird. So that stock was at the top of my P&L here, as you can see. I guess at the moment it was the only one that I had a profit on. So I switched to CPSH. I'm holding ANVS halted. I switched to CPSH, and I see it squeezing up, and I started hammering the buy button right here. I only had small size going into this halt. On resumption, and I'll do the 10-second chart, on resumption, I started just hammering that buy button, and I didn't really think I was getting filled. I was like, what's going on? I'm pressing the buy button. I'm focusing on this, but I'm not seeing myself getting filled. And I thought maybe there was an issue with my hotkeys. I wasn't really sure what was going on. Well, I was looking at the ANVS position, and I just wasn't seeing the CPSH position. As it turned out, I did fill 42,000 shares long at 29.21. I realized that sort of the moment it was tapping 30, and I was like, what is going on? And I looked over and I was like, oh my God. Okay, let's see if it breaks through 30. You know, if it breaks through 30 and we squeeze up to 31, 32, it's going to end up being an awesome trade. So, all right, well, that's not what I was expecting, but let's see what happens. And then it flashes down to 28 and I'm down 40 grand. It flashes down here to 27, I'm down 80 grand. And now ANVS is resuming, and I'm like, okay, well, let me try to manage the winner. CPSH, I'm in way deep on it, but let's just let it do a 1 minute pullback. Let's give it a second, and if it curls over 30, you know, I'll be fine. So let me just focus on managing the winner right now. So I focus on this one. It pops up to 34. I'm putting out orders to sell, but I'm not seeing anything filling. Again, the problem there was that my active orders window was filled with all my CPSH orders, because I put CPSH orders out to sell if it came back up to 29 to break even. I was like, you know what, if it gets back to break even, just unwind it. So I put all those orders out there, so my orders were stacked. So just for instance, if I do a test stock ZVZZT, and well, I'm below my max loss, so I can't actually trade it. Anyway, so let's just pretend. So this is stacked with sell orders, or with orders. So anyways, my orders on ANVS, they're not going through. And, you know, for all I know, I might have put out an order to sell, you know, I may have put out an order to sell the whole position, and then my other orders weren't executing, and so I'm like, what's going on? So I'm fumbling with ANVS.
Your future is at your fingertips. Take advantage of the flexibility.
And then I look over and CPSH, you know, is just dropping. It's now broken back below. Let's just do it like this. It's broken back below the low here, and it's halted going down at 25, and I'm down 150 grand. Biggest loss I've ever had. So I'm like, all right, let's focus on ANVS. ANVS here starts dipping, and I try to sell it, and I end up selling it for $2,000 of profit. I was up on it, and then it came all the way back down to basically nothing. And then when CPSH resumed, I said, all right, stops at 24. That's the volume weighted average price. And I was hitting the bid and unwinding it as it broke 24 for a $240,000 loss. So, you know, 40,000 shares times 5 points, you know, it's stupid. It's really, really, really unfortunate. This equity curve here, I was sitting at 800,000 on the year. Just knocked that down to 500. I mean, what an embarrassment. Honestly, I feel like just taking the rest of the month off. Right now, in this moment, I feel like taking the rest of the year off. I just feel like being done. All right, that's it. I made 500 grand this year. I'll come back in January next year. That's how I feel. That's how I feel right now, you know, because this is just so this is sort of the fight or flight response. After such a big loss, such a painful loss, the initial instinct perhaps to fight and try to make it back, maybe, but right now it's more of just run away from it, right? You know, and that's kind of, those are your two paths for the most part with handling it, with responding to a big loss. When you have a really big loss, you either, you know, try to fight back and revenge trade, which is an emotional response, or you just kind of run away and you're just like, I'm done for a bit. But this is such a, you know, I mean, listen, I lost $95,000 on Monday. I made back a little bit on Tuesday and Wednesday, and I was up $30,000 today. I was up $30,000 before I gave it all back on AACG, and then jumped into ANVX or AVXL, for 25, and it was a huge seller and then dropped down $4 a share and then ripped back up. So, you know, I could have just held the whole AVXL position, right? Didn't break the VWAP, could have just held it, gotten back out of that flat. But I would have had to hold that one down 4 points, 15,000 shares. I would have been down $60,000, which, you know, is not the right move. I should always cut losses. CPSH, unfortunately, through a combination of mishaps, things went wrong. I would say, where did things kind of go off the rails today? Things went off the rails. I mean, I guess my trigger was on AACG when I went from being up 27,000 to losing that all and going back to break even on that false breakout and that drop right there. That was my trigger. Immediately following that, I FOMO'd into AVXL to try to recoup those losses real quick and lost 30 grand. And then after that, I FOMO'd into WAFU, which, you know, I mean, it wasn't, but it just didn't work. Lost 3 grand on that. And then I had a couple small trades on AMVXL, made back a teeny bit, but it wasn't anything significant. And then then ANVS, I jumped into that with big size going into the halt. So I was aggressive on that one and my orders weren't filling very well. And anyways, I was in that on a sort of FOMO entry. Now, I ended up having the right move on it. It went from 31 up to 35, but I also had the trade on CPSH, which was a disaster. Now, this was, I mean, it's tough because, you know, that setup there, the breakthrough 29, typically I do like that kind of setup. It's actually not that much different from what AVXL did, a break through the highs. And it's just my luck that this one didn't rip to 35. You know, if that ripped to 35, I'd be up 100 grand today. And yes, it would have still been the result of some FOMO trades and poor risk management and a mistake on my share size, but it would have been a fabulous trade. It just didn't work. The problem was my risk was way too high, and in fact, it was much higher than I even realized. And that was because I was in 2 trades at once, which I almost never do. One of the reasons that I talk about being really careful with trading multiple stocks at once is your distraction, your focus is split in half. So, you know, this is a perfect example of where that goes wrong. And today was a day where I was chasing and I'm super disappointed. I mean, I'm super disappointed in myself. This is a terrible day. This is just absolutely horrendous. I can't believe it. I really can't believe I messed up.